advanced speaking and listening practice. This is a deep English speaking and listening practice using long, natural sentences, exactly the kind native speakers use. Repeat out loud or just listen and let your brain absorb the rhythm. Don't worry about perfection. Fluency comes naturally with time and exposure. Settle in, get comfortable, and let's begin. I spent the whole afternoon fixing the leaky tap, and it felt great to finally get it done. I spent the whole afternoon fixing the leaky tap, and it felt great to finally get it done. After watching a few tutorials online, I decided to try installing new shelves in the living room. After watching a few tutorials online, I decided to try installing new shelves in the living room. I found an old wooden chair in the garage and decided to give it a fresh coat of paint. I found an old wooden chair in the garage and decided to give it a fresh coat of paint. The kitchen cabinets were starting to look worn, so I spent the weekend sanding and refinishing them. The kitchen cabinets were starting to look worn, so I spent the weekend sanding and refinishing them. I couldn't believe how much time it took to put together that flat pack bookshelf, but it turned out great. I couldn't believe how much time it took to put together that flat pack bookshelf, but it turned out great. Last week, I replaced the light fixtures in the hallway, and now the whole space feels brighter. Last week, I replaced the light fixtures in the hallway, and now the whole space feels brighter. I bought a new power drill for the project, but it was a bit tricky to figure out how to use it. I bought a new power drill for the project, but it was a bit tricky to figure out how to use it. My attempt at making homemade candles didn't go as planned, but the process was still fun. My attempt at making homemade candles didn't go as planned, but the process was still fun. I decided to reupholster the couch cushions myself, and though it took longer than expected, it was worth the effort. I decided to reupholster the couch cushions myself, and though it took longer than expected, it was worth the effort. I spent hours trying to fix the broken fence, but the tools I had weren't quite up to the task. I spent hours trying to fix the broken fence, but the tools I had weren't quite up to the task. After months of putting it off, I finally painted the guest bedroom, and it completely changed the vibe of the room. After months of putting it off, I finally painted the guest bedroom, and it completely changed the vibe of the room. I learned how to install new tiles in the bathroom, and the result was far better than I anticipated. I learned how to install new tiles in the bathroom, and the result was far better than I anticipated. My first attempt at making a raised garden bed was a bit messy, but the plants are thriving now. My first attempt at making a raised garden bed was a bit messy, but the plants are thriving now. I replaced the old shower head in the bathroom, and the difference it made to the water pressure was incredible. I replaced the old shower head in the bathroom, and the difference it made to the water pressure was incredible. I spent the weekend building a new coffee table from scratch using reclaimed wood, and now it's the centerpiece of the living room. I spent the weekend building a new coffee table from scratch using reclaimed wood, and now it's the centerpiece of the living room. The wallpaper in the hallway was peeling, so I took on the challenge of removing it and painting over the walls. The wallpaper in the hallway was peeling, so I took on the challenge of removing it and painting over the walls. I finally fixed the broken door handle on the bathroom door, and now it works as good as new. I finally fixed the broken door handle on the bathroom door, and now it works as good as new. After seeing a tutorial online, I built a simple outdoor bench, which turned out to be a perfect addition to the garden. After seeing a tutorial online, I built a simple outdoor bench, which turned out to be a perfect addition to the garden. I replaced the old rug in the living room with a beautiful new one, and it really brought the whole room together. I replaced the old rug in the living room with a beautiful new one, and it really brought the whole room together. The weather was nice, so I spent the afternoon pressure washing the patio to remove all the dirt and grime. The weather was nice, so I spent the afternoon pressure washing the patio to remove all the dirt and grime. The kids wanted a treehouse, so I spent the weekend building a simple one in the garden using scrap wood. The kids wanted a treehouse, so I spent the weekend building a simple one in the garden using scrap wood. I decided to repaint the front door, and the fresh coat of colour made the entire house look more welcoming. I decided to repaint the front door, and the fresh coat of colour made the entire house look more welcoming. I attempted to create a mosaic backsplash in the kitchen, and while it wasn't perfect, I'm proud of the effort. I attempted to create a mosaic backsplash in the kitchen, and while it wasn't perfect, I'm proud of the effort. The kitchen drawer was falling apart, so I used some wood glue and clamps to fix it myself. The kitchen drawer was falling apart, so I used some wood glue and clamps to fix it myself. I replaced the old curtains with some new ones, and they instantly brightened up the entire room. I replaced the old curtains with some new ones, and they instantly brightened up the entire room. I spent the entire weekend binge watching my favourite TV show and ended up finishing the whole season in 2 days. I spent the entire weekend binge watching my favourite TV show and ended up finishing the whole season in 2 days. The new movie I watched was so good that I couldn't stop thinking about the plot twists long after it ended. The new movie I watched was so good that I couldn't stop thinking about the plot twists long after it ended. My friends and I always get together to watch movies on Friday nights, and it's become a fun tradition. My friends and I always get together to watch movies on Friday nights, and it's become a fun tradition. I started watching a documentary about the ocean, and it was eye-opening to learn about marine life. I started watching a documentary about the ocean, and it was eye-opening to learn about marine life. After hearing so much hype, I finally watched the movie everyone's been talking about, and it definitely lived up to the expectations. After hearing so much hype, I finally watched the movie everyone's been talking about, and it definitely lived up to the expectations. I love re-watching classic movies from my childhood. They always bring back great memories. I love re-watching classic movies from my childhood. They always bring back great memories. After a long day, I enjoy curling up on the couch with a good TV series to unwind. After a long day, I enjoy curling up on the couch with a good TV series to unwind. The new season of the crime drama was just released, and I couldn't wait to dive into the latest mystery. The new season of the crime drama was just released, and I couldn't wait to dive into the latest mystery. I've been watching a lot of romantic comedies lately because they're light-hearted and help me relax after a busy day. I've been watching a lot of romantic comedies lately because they're light-hearted and help me relax after a busy day. We decided to watch a movie in the theatre, but the line was so long that we ended up missing the start time. We decided to watch a movie in the theatre, but the line was so long that we ended up missing the start time. The movie's soundtrack was incredible. It perfectly matched the scenes and really enhanced the emotional moments. The movie's soundtrack was incredible. It perfectly matched the scenes and really enhanced the emotional moments. I've been watching a series with my partner every night. It's a fun way to spend time together. I've been watching a series with my partner every night. It's a fun way to spend time together. After a stressful week, I just wanted to watch a mindless comedy to take my mind off things. After a stressful week, I just wanted to watch a mindless comedy to take my mind off things. The movie had such a complicated plot that I had to watch it twice to fully understand everything. The movie had such a complicated plot that I had to watch it twice to fully understand everything. I'm always looking for good TV shows to watch, and I recently started a new series that I'm really enjoying. I'm always looking for good TV shows to watch, and I recently started a new series that I'm really enjoying. The documentary series about space exploration was fascinating, and it gave me a whole new perspective on the universe. The documentary series about space exploration was fascinating, and it gave me a whole new perspective on the universe. We watched a thrilling suspense movie last night, and the ending had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. We watched a thrilling suspense movie last night, and the ending had me on the edge of my seat the entire time. I love the feeling of being absorbed in a great movie, where everything else fades away for a couple of hours. I love the feeling of being absorbed in a great movie, where everything else fades away for a couple of hours. I watched a foreign film for the first time, and although it was in a different language, the story was still incredibly moving. I watched a foreign film for the first time, and although it was in a different language, the story was still incredibly moving. We watched the movie together as a family, and it was nice to see everyone laughing and enjoying the film. We watched the movie together as a family, and it was nice to see everyone laughing and enjoying the film. I've been watching a TV show about food and cooking, and I've picked up a lot of new recipes to try out. I've been watching a TV show about food and cooking, and I've picked up a lot of new recipes to try out. The documentary on environmental issues was both inspiring and alarming, and it made me think more about my daily habits. The documentary on environmental issues was both inspiring and alarming, and it made me think more about my daily habits. I watched a thrilling mystery movie last night, and I couldn't figure out the culprit until the very last minute. I watched a thrilling mystery movie last night, and I couldn't figure out the culprit until the very last minute. We decided to re-watch a classic movie that we both loved when we were younger, and it felt nostalgic and comforting. We decided to re-watch a classic movie that we both loved when we were younger, and it felt nostalgic and comforting. After watching the latest superhero film, I couldn't help but talk about it with my friends for hours afterwards. After watching the latest superhero film, I couldn't help but talk about it with my friends for hours afterwards. Hiking up the trail, I quickly realised that the steep incline was more challenging than expected. Hiking up the trail, I quickly realised that the steep incline was more challenging than expected. As we set up our camp by the lake, we couldn't wait to cook dinner over the fire. As we set up our camp by the lake, we couldn't wait to cook dinner over the fire. We stopped to take pictures at the summit, but the wind made it hard to keep the camera steady. We stopped to take pictures at the summit, but the wind made it hard to keep the camera steady. The sound of rushing water filled the air as we crossed the bridge above the river. The sound of rushing water filled the air as we crossed the bridge above the river. After hours of walking, we reached the top of the hill, where the view was incredible. After hours of walking, we reached the top of the hill, where the view was incredible. My friend lost her hat while we were climbing, and we spent a good 10 minutes trying to find it. My friend lost her hat while we were climbing, and we spent a good 10 minutes trying to find it. The sun was setting, and the sky turned orange and pink, making it the perfect time to relax by the fire. The sun was setting and the sky turned orange and pink, making it the perfect time to relax by the fire. We took a wrong turn on the trail and ended up walking an extra 2 miles before realizing it. We took a wrong turn on the trail and ended up walking an extra 2 miles before realizing it. The hike was tough, but the feeling of accomplishment when we reached the peak was worth it. The hike was tough, but the feeling of accomplishment when we reached the peak was worth it. As we set up our tents, the stars began to appear, and it felt like we were the only people on earth. As we set up our tents, the stars began to appear, and it felt like we were the only people on earth. We found a perfect spot to take a break by the stream, listening to the water flow. We found a perfect spot to take a break by the stream, listening to the water flow. The weather was perfect for a long walk in the woods, with just the right amount of sun and cool breeze. The weather was perfect for a long walk in the woods, with just the right amount of sun and cool breeze. I had to stop halfway up the mountain to catch my breath, but the view made it worthwhile. I had to stop halfway up the mountain to catch my breath, but the view made it worthwhile. After the rain stopped, we went for a walk along the trail and saw the fresh, dewy leaves. After the rain stopped, we went for a walk along the trail and saw the fresh, dewy leaves. We were exhausted after the long hike, but the sight of the mountain lake made us forget all about it. We were exhausted after the long hike, but the sight of the mountain lake made us forget all about it. The path was slippery from the morning dew, and we had to be extra careful walking down the hill. The path was slippery from the morning dew, and we had to be extra careful walking down the hill. While kayaking on the lake, we spotted some ducks swimming nearby, making the experience even more peaceful. While kayaking on the lake, we spotted some ducks swimming nearby, making the experience even more peaceful. The trail was longer than we thought, but we kept going because we knew the waterfall was just ahead. The trail was longer than we thought, but we kept going because we knew the waterfall was just ahead. We spent the afternoon by the river, relaxing and skipping stones across the water. We spent the afternoon by the river, relaxing and skipping stones across the water. The climb was challenging, but reaching the top felt amazing, and we all took a moment to enjoy the view. The climb was challenging, but reaching the top felt amazing, and we all took a moment to enjoy the view. As we walked through the forest, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath our feet was strangely satisfying. As we walked through the forest, the crunch of fallen leaves beneath our feet was strangely satisfying. The dense forest made the hike feel more adventurous, and we had to use our map to stay on track. The dense forest made the hike feel more adventurous, and we had to use our map to stay on track. It was getting late, and we started rushing to set up camp before dark, which was harder than we thought. It was getting late, and we started rushing to set up camp before dark, which was harder than we thought. We took a brief detour to explore a cave, and the cool air inside was a welcome relief from the heat outside. We took a brief detour to explore a cave, and the cool air inside was a welcome relief from the heat outside. The trail took us through several fields where we saw wildflowers blooming and a few butterflies fluttering around. The trail took us through several fields where we saw wildflowers blooming and a few butterflies fluttering around. I spent the afternoon painting a landscape, and while it didn't turn out perfect, I was proud of how it captured the scene. I spent the afternoon painting a landscape, and while it didn't turn out perfect, I was proud of how it captured the scene. I've recently started drawing more often, and it's amazing how much creativity flows once you get into the habit. I've recently started drawing more often, and it's amazing how much creativity flows once you get into the habit. After months of saving, I finally bought some professional art supplies and couldn't wait to get started on my next project. After months of saving, I finally bought some professional art supplies and couldn't wait to get started on my next project. I decided to try sculpting with clay, and although it was messy, I really enjoyed shaping something with my hands. I decided to try sculpting with clay, and although it was messy, I really enjoyed shaping something with my hands. While working on my new painting, I realised how much I've improved since I first started learning art techniques. While working on my new painting, I realised how much I've improved since I first started learning art techniques. I joined an online art class to learn how to paint in watercolours, and it's been so exciting to see my progress. I joined an online art class to learn how to paint in watercolours, and it's been so exciting to see my progress. The art gallery was filled with beautiful pieces that made me appreciate the different styles and mediums used by artists. The art gallery was filled with beautiful pieces that made me appreciate the different styles and mediums used by artists. I've started making my own handmade cards for birthdays and holidays, and it's been a fun way to express my creativity. I've started making my own handmade cards for birthdays and holidays, and it's been a fun way to express my creativity. The artist's use of colour in the painting was so vibrant and bold that it instantly caught my attention as soon as I walked into the room. The artist's use of colour in the painting was so vibrant and bold that it instantly caught my attention as soon as I walked into the room. I tried my hand at photography during my trip to the mountains, and the sunset shots turned out to be my favourite. I tried my hand at photography during my trip to the mountains, and the sunset shots turned out to be my favourite. I love experimenting with different art techniques like charcoal drawing and oil painting to see what works best for me. I love experimenting with different art techniques like charcoal drawing and oil painting to see what works best for me. I spent the weekend working on a pottery project, and while the pieces didn't come out perfect, it was fun to learn something new. I spent the weekend working on a pottery project, and while the pieces didn't come out perfect, it was fun to learn something new. I've been taking up knitting recently, and while it's challenging, the feeling of completing a scarf is incredibly satisfying. I've been taking up knitting recently, and while it's challenging, the feeling of completing a scarf is incredibly satisfying. The art class was a great experience. I learned new techniques that I can't wait to incorporate into my future projects. The art class was a great experience. I learned new techniques that I can't wait to incorporate into my future projects. I've started making digital art on my tablet, and the ability to undo mistakes with a tap is such a game changer. I've started making digital art on my tablet, and the ability to undo mistakes with a tap is such a game changer. After finishing my painting, I hung it on the wall and felt a sense of accomplishment every time I walked into the room. After finishing my painting, I hung it on the wall and felt a sense of accomplishment every time I walked into the room. I've been practicing drawing portraits, and it's amazing how much better I'm getting at capturing the details in people's faces. I've been practicing drawing portraits, and it's amazing how much better I'm getting at capturing the details in people's faces. The art exhibition featured a mix of traditional and modern works, and it was interesting to see how the two styles contrasted. The art exhibition featured a mix of traditional and modern works, and it was interesting to see how the two styles contrasted. I spent hours creating a detailed sketch of my favourite animal, and the final result was more lifelike than I expected. I spent hours creating a detailed sketch of my favourite animal, and the final result was more lifelike than I expected. I started painting a mural in my living room, and although it's a huge project, I'm excited to see it come together. I started painting a mural in my living room, and although it's a huge project, I'm excited to see it come together. I love visiting local art fairs to see unique, handmade crafts and paintings that you can't find anywhere else. I love visiting local art fairs to see unique, handmade crafts and paintings that you can't find anywhere else. I've been experimenting with abstract art, and it's so freeing to create something that doesn't need to represent anything specific. I've been experimenting with abstract art, and it's so freeing to create something that doesn't need to represent anything specific. I spent a few hours in the park sketching the trees and flowers around me, and it was a peaceful and creative experience. I spent a few hours in the park sketching the trees and flowers around me, and it was a peaceful and creative experience. I've been thinking of starting a scrapbook to document my travels, and it'll be a fun way to get creative with photos and memories. I've been thinking of starting a scrapbook to document my travels, and it'll be a fun way to get creative with photos and memories. I recently tried painting with acrylics for the first time, and while it's tricky, the vibrant colours make it so worth the effort. I recently tried painting with acrylics for the first time, and while it's tricky, the vibrant colours make it so worth the effort. I spent hours preparing for my job interview, making sure I knew every detail about the company and its values. I spent hours preparing for my job interview, making sure I knew every detail about the company and its values. After a long search, I finally landed an interview for my dream job, and I was both excited and nervous. After a long search, I finally landed an interview for my dream job, and I was both excited and nervous. During the interview, they asked me about a time I had to overcome a challenge at work, which really made me reflect on my career. During the interview, they asked me about a time I had to overcome a challenge at work, which really made me reflect on my career. I've been working hard to improve my resume, making sure it highlights my skills and accomplishments in the best possible light. I've been working hard to improve my resume, making sure it highlights my skills and accomplishments in the best possible light. My manager called me in for a performance review, and I was nervous about the feedback, but it ended up being very constructive. My manager called me in for a performance review, and I was nervous about the feedback, but it ended up being very constructive. I've been taking online courses to improve my skills in digital marketing, hoping it will help me get promoted in the future. I've been taking online courses to improve my skills in digital marketing, hoping it will help me get promoted in the future. At the job fair, I spoke to several recruiters and I learnt a lot about the companies that were hiring. At the job fair, I spoke to several recruiters and I learnt a lot about the companies that were hiring. After the interview, I sent a thank you email to express my appreciation for the opportunity and to reinforce my interest in the position. After the interview, I sent a thank you email to express my appreciation for the opportunity and to reinforce my interest in the position. I've been working on building my professional network by attending industry events and connecting with people on LinkedIn. I've been working on building my professional network by attending industry events and connecting with people on LinkedIn. The company offered me the job, and I had to make the tough decision about whether to accept the offer or pursue other opportunities. The company offered me the job, and I had to make the tough decision about whether to accept the offer or pursue other opportunities. During the interview, they asked me how I handle stressful situations at work, which gave me a chance to showcase my problem-solving skills. During the interview, they asked me how I handle stressful situations at work, which gave me a chance to showcase my problem-solving skills. I've been taking on extra responsibilities at work to demonstrate my leadership potential and show that I'm ready for a promotion. I've been taking on extra responsibilities at work to demonstrate my leadership potential and show that I'm ready for a promotion. I had to prepare for a technical interview where they asked me to solve coding problems on the spot which was both challenging and exciting. I had to prepare for a technical interview where they asked me to solve coding problems on the spot, which was both challenging and exciting. I recently attended a career development workshop that taught me how to set clear, achievable goals for my professional growth. I recently attended a career development workshop that taught me how to set clear, achievable goals for my professional growth. After several rounds of interviews, I was offered the job, and I couldn't wait to start the next chapter of my career. After several rounds of interviews, I was offered the job, and I couldn't wait to start the next chapter of my career. I've been researching companies in my field and identifying those that align with my values and career goals. I've been researching companies in my field and identifying those that align with my values and career goals. The job interview went really well, but I'm still waiting to hear back, which makes the waiting process feel like forever. The job interview went really well, but I'm still waiting to hear back, which makes the waiting process feel like forever. I've started volunteering for leadership roles in my current job, hoping it will demonstrate my readiness for a higher position. I've started volunteering for leadership roles in my current job, hoping it will demonstrate my readiness for a higher position. In my recent job interview, they asked about my ability to work in a team, and I used examples from my previous projects to answer. In my recent job interview, they asked about my ability to work in a team, and I used examples from my previous projects to answer. I've been reading books about career advancement and personal development to help me grow both professionally and personally. I've been reading books about career advancement and personal development to help me grow both professionally and personally. The hiring manager was very friendly and made me feel at ease, which helped me perform better during the interview. The hiring manager was very friendly and made me feel at ease, which helped me perform better during the interview. I've been practicing my interview answers in front of a mirror to improve my confidence and body language. I've been practicing my interview answers in front of a mirror to improve my confidence and body language. After my last job interview, I felt confident about my chances, but I didn't want to get my hopes up too soon. After my last job interview, I felt confident about my chances, but I didn't want to get my hopes up too soon. I've been networking with professionals in my industry by attending webinars and online events to stay up to date on trends. I've been networking with professionals in my industry by attending webinars and online events to stay up to date on trends. During the interview, they asked me about my long-term career goals, and I explained how I'm focused on continuous learning and growth. During the interview, they asked me about my long-term career goals, and I explained how I'm focused on continuous learning and growth. Living in the city has its perks, like easy access to restaurants, shopping, and entertainment, but the noise can be overwhelming at times. Living in the city has its perks, like easy access to restaurants, shopping, and entertainment, but the noise can be overwhelming at times. I've recently moved to an apartment in the city centre, and while it's convenient, I miss the quiet of the suburbs. I've recently moved to an apartment in the city centre, and while it's convenient, I miss the quiet of the suburbs. I enjoy walking to work every day, passing through the bustling streets where there's always something new happening. I enjoy walking to work every day, passing through the bustling streets where there's always something new happening. The public transportation system here is fantastic, but it can get crowded during rush hour, making the commute a bit uncomfortable. The public transportation system here is fantastic, but it can get crowded during rush hour, making the commute a bit uncomfortable. I love the energy of the city, especially on weekends when everyone is out enjoying the parks, cafes, and events. I love the energy of the city, especially on weekends when everyone is out enjoying the parks, cafes, and events. The rent in the city is much higher than I expected, but the convenience of being close to everything makes it worthwhile. The rent in the city is much higher than I expected, but the convenience of being close to everything makes it worthwhile. On my way home, I always pass by a food truck that sells the best tacos, and it's become part of my daily routine. On my way home, I always pass by a food truck that sells the best tacos, and it's become part of my daily routine. City living means I'm always close to cultural events like art exhibits, music festivals, and theatre productions, which I love attending. City living means I'm always close to cultural events like art exhibits, music festivals, and theatre productions, which I love attending. I had to adjust to the fast-paced lifestyle in the city, where everything seems to move quickly from work to social events. I had to adjust to the fast-paced lifestyle in the city, where everything seems to move quickly from work to social events. The city skyline at night is breathtaking, especially when the lights from the buildings and streets create a beautiful glow across the horizon. The city skyline at night is breathtaking, especially when the lights from the buildings and streets create a beautiful glow across the horizon. There's always something to do in the city, whether it's trying a new restaurant, exploring hidden alleyways, or visiting a local museum. There's always something to do in the city, whether it's trying a new restaurant, exploring hidden alleyways, or visiting a local museum. One of the challenges of living in the city is the lack of green spaces, but I found a few parks where I can relax and unwind. One of the challenges of living in the city is the lack of green spaces, but I found a few parks where I can relax and unwind. The noise from traffic and construction is a constant reminder that I'm living in a busy, urban environment, but I've gotten used to it over time. The noise from the traffic and construction is a constant reminder that I'm living in a busy, urban environment, but I've gotten used to it over time. I love the diversity of people in the city, from different cultures and backgrounds, and it makes for an interesting mix of food, fashion, and traditions. I love the diversity of people in the city, from different cultures and backgrounds, and it makes for an interesting mix of food, fashion, and traditions. Walking down the busy streets, I can't help but be amazed by how much life there is, from street performers to food vendors and local shops. Walking down the busy streets, I can't help but be amazed by how much life there is, from street performers to food vendors and local shops. I've started using the city's bike sharing program to get around more easily, and it's a fun and eco-friendly way to explore the area. I've started using the city's bike sharing program to get around more easily, and it's a fun and eco-friendly way to explore the area. The apartment is small, but the city's vibrant atmosphere and the convenience of being close to everything more than make up for the lack of space. The apartment is small, but the city's vibrant atmosphere and the convenience of being close to everything more than make up for the lack of space. The city can be overwhelming at times, especially when you're surrounded by tall buildings and constant noise, but I've learned to appreciate the hustle and bustle. The city can be overwhelming at times, especially when you're surrounded by tall buildings and constant noise, but I've learned to appreciate the hustle and bustle. I love spending weekends at local markets where I can buy fresh produce, handmade goods, and discover new flavours. I love spending weekends at local markets where I can buy fresh produce, handmade goods, and discover new flavours. The nightlife in the city is amazing, with so many bars, clubs, and live music venues to choose from on any given night. The nightlife in the city is amazing, with so many bars, clubs, and live music venues to choose from on any given night. I enjoy attending meetups in the city where I can connect with people who share similar interests, from tech enthusiasts to book lovers. I enjoy attending meetups in the city where I can connect with people who share similar interests, from tech enthusiasts to book lovers. I had to get used to the high cost of living, but the convenience of being able to walk to work and run errands easily makes it worth the extra expense. I had to get used to the high cost of living, but the convenience of being able to walk to work and run errands easily makes it worth the extra expense. The subway system is always packed, but I found it to be the quickest way to get around the city, especially during rush hour. The subway system is always packed, but I found it to be the quickest way to get around the city, especially during rush hour. Every neighbourhood in the city has its own vibe, and I love exploring new areas to find hidden gems like quirky cafes, and independent shops. Every neighbourhood in the city has its own vibe, and I love exploring new areas to find hidden gems like quirky cafes and independent shops. I recently attended a street festival in the city, and it was so much fun experiencing live music, food stalls, and art displays all in one place. I recently attended a street festival in the city, and it was so much fun experiencing live music, food stalls, and art displays all in one place. As a parent, I've learnt that every day brings new challenges, but the moments of joy make it all worth it. As a parent, I've learnt that every day brings new challenges, but the moments of joy make it all worth it. My son asked 1,000 questions today, and while it was exhausting, I love how curious he is about everything. My son asked 1,000 questions today, and while it was exhausting, I love how curious he is about everything. I've started using positive reinforcement with my daughter, and it's been great to see her grow more confident in herself. I've started using positive reinforcement with my daughter, and it's been great to see her grow more confident in herself. The hardest part of parenting is finding the balance between work, household chores, and spending quality time with the kids. The hardest part of parenting is finding the balance between work, household chores, and spending quality time with the kids. I spent the afternoon baking cookies with my kids, and it was messy, but they had so much fun getting involved. I spent the afternoon baking cookies with my kids, and it was messy, but they had so much fun getting involved. Bedtime has become a nightly struggle, but we've found that reading a story helps calm the kids down before they go to sleep. Bedtime has become a nightly struggle, but we found that reading a story helps calm the kids down before they go to sleep. I've learned that patience is the key in parenting, especially when the kids are arguing over the silliest things. I've learned that patience is the key in parenting, especially when the kids are arguing over the silliest things. Today I took my child to the park, and watching them interact with other kids was heartwarming as they learnt to share. Today I took my child to the park, and watching them interact with other kids was heartwarming as they learnt to share. One of the best moments as a parent is when your child looks up to you and says, "I love you," without any prompting. One of the best moments as a parent is when your child looks up to you and says, "I love you," without any prompting. We're working on potty training, and although it's a slow process, we're seeing small successes every day. We're working on potty training, and although it's a slow process, we're seeing small successes every day. I try to make time for one-on-one moments with each child so they know they're valued and loved individually. I try to make time for one-on-one moments with each child so they know they're valued and loved individually. As a parent, I sometimes feel guilty about not having enough time to play with the kids, but I know it's important to balance everything. As a parent, I sometimes feel guilty about not having enough time to play with the kids, but I know it's important to balance everything. I've started teaching my son how to ride a bike, and it's been both challenging and rewarding to see him gain confidence. I've started teaching my son how to ride a bike, and it's been both challenging and rewarding to see him gain confidence. Parenting has taught me the importance of flexibility, as plans often change at the last minute depending on the kids' needs. Parenting has taught me the importance of flexibility, as plans often change at the last minute depending on the kids' needs. I'm always amazed by how much energy my children have. After a full day of play, they're still wide awake by bedtime. I'm always amazed by how much energy my children have. After a full day of play, they're still wide awake by bedtime. We've been trying to teach our kids good manners, and it's rewarding to see them say please and thank you without being reminded. We've been trying to teach our kids good manners, and it's rewarding to see them say please and thank you without being reminded. Today I helped my daughter with her homework, and it was so rewarding to see her understand a new concept for the first time. Today I helped my daughter with her homework, and it was so rewarding to see her understand a new concept for the first time. As a parent, I've realised that every milestone, no matter how small, is something to celebrate with pride. As a parent, I've realised that every milestone, no matter how small, is something to celebrate with pride. I love watching my kids' imaginations run wild as they create stories and pretend play with their toys. I love watching my kids' imaginations run wild as they create stories and pretend play with their toys. Parenting means learning to be patient and understanding, especially when your child is upset and struggling to express their feelings. Parenting means learning to be patient and understanding, especially when your child is upset and struggling to express their feelings. I found that setting a consistent routine helps my kids feel secure, especially when it comes to meal times and bedtime. I found that setting a consistent routine helps my kids feel secure, especially when it comes to meal times and bedtime. It's amazing to see how much my child has learned in just a few months, from speaking new words to mastering new skills. It's amazing to see how much my child has learned in just a few months, from speaking new words to mastering new skills. As a parent, I'm constantly trying to balance nurturing my kids' independence while still providing the support they need. As a parent, I'm constantly trying to balance nurturing my kids' independence while still providing the support they need. I've started taking my kids to volunteer at the local food bank, and it's been a great way to teach them about giving back to the community. I've started taking my kids to volunteer at the local food bank, and it's been a great way to teach them about giving back to the community. Parenting can be exhausting, but there's nothing more rewarding than seeing your child's face light up with excitement over something simple. Parenting can be exhausting, but there's nothing more rewarding than seeing your child's face light up with excitement over something simple. I've been reading more fiction lately, and I've noticed that it really helps me unwind after a busy day. I've been reading more fiction lately, and I've noticed that it really helps me unwind after a busy day. I set a goal to read at least one book every month this year, and so far I've stuck to it. I set a goal to read at least one book every month this year, and so far I've stuck to it. Reading before bed has become a nightly habit, and it's a great way to wind down and escape into another world. Reading before bed has become a nightly habit, and it's a great way to wind down and escape into another world. I've started reading self-help books to improve my personal growth, and each one offers new insights and practical advice. I've started reading self-help books to improve my personal growth, and each one offers new insights and practical advice. My favourite part of reading is when a book completely pulls me in and I lose track of time because I'm so engaged in the story. My favourite part of reading is when a book completely pulls me in and I lose track of time because I'm so engaged in the story. I've been reading a lot of biographies lately, and they've inspired me to work harder and achieve my own goals. I've been reading a lot of biographies lately, and they've inspired me to work harder and achieve my own goals. I recently joined a book club, and discussing the books with others has made reading even more enjoyable. I recently joined a book club, and discussing the books with others has made reading even more enjoyable. When I have free time, I like to read non-fiction books about history or science, which helps me learn new things and expand my knowledge. When I have free time, I like to read non-fiction books about history or science, which helps me learn new things and expand my knowledge. I've started keeping a reading journal to track my thoughts and reflections on the books I read, which helps me remember key points. I've started keeping a reading journal to track my thoughts and reflections on the books I read, which helps me remember key points. My collection of mystery novels has grown, and I enjoy getting lost in the thrilling plots and unexpected twists. My collection of mystery novels has grown, and I enjoy getting lost in the thrilling plots and unexpected twists. I've been trying to read more diverse authors, as it offers different perspectives and opens my mind to new ideas. I've been trying to read more diverse authors, as it offers different perspectives and opens my mind to new ideas. Whenever I finish a good book, I find it hard to pick up another one because I'm still thinking about the characters and story. Whenever I finish a good book, I find it hard to pick up another one because I'm still thinking about the characters and story. I've been reading a lot of personal development books, and they've really helped me focus on becoming the best version of myself. I've been reading a lot of personal development books, and they've really helped me focus on becoming the best version of myself. The library has become my second home because I love the peaceful atmosphere and the endless selection of books to choose from. The library has become my second home because I love the peaceful atmosphere and the endless selection of books to choose from. I've been reading a novel that takes place in another country, and it's been a great way to learn about different cultures and lifestyles. I've been reading a novel that takes place in another country, and it's been a great way to learn about different cultures and lifestyles. I try to read for at least 30 minutes a day, but some days I get so involved that I end up reading for hours. I try to read for at least 30 minutes a day, but some days I get so involved that I end up reading for hours. I started reading a book on mindfulness and meditation, and it's helping me learn how to stay present and reduce stress. I started reading a book on mindfulness and meditation, and it's helping me learn how to stay present and reduce stress. I love reading classic literature because it allows me to connect with stories and characters from different eras. I love reading classic literature because it allows me to connect with stories and characters from different eras. I've been reading a book about human behaviour, and it's fascinating to learn about the psychology behind everyday actions and decisions. I've been reading a book about human behaviour, and it's fascinating to learn about the psychology behind everyday actions and decisions. I've started reading books on how to improve my writing skills, and it's already helping me become more confident in my ability to express myself. I've started reading books on how to improve my writing skills, and it's already helping me become more confident in my ability to express myself. When I'm looking for inspiration, I often turn to books about creativity and innovation to spark new ideas. When I'm looking for inspiration, I often turn to books about creativity and innovation to spark new ideas. I enjoy reading books that challenge my thinking, as they often force me to question my assumptions and broaden my perspectives. I enjoy reading books that challenge my thinking, as they often force me to question my assumptions and broaden my perspectives. I've been working on reading books in different genres, from thrillers to fantasy, and it's been exciting to explore new styles of storytelling. I've been working on reading books in different genres, from thrillers to fantasy, and it's been exciting to explore new styles of storytelling. I find that reading educational books about my profession helps me stay ahead of the curve and improve my skills in my field. I find that reading educational books about my profession helps me stay ahead of the curve and improve my skills in my field. I've been slowly building a home library, and it's exciting to see the collection grow as I discover new books to add. I've been slowly building a home library, and it's exciting to see the collection grow as I discover new books to add. I've started using reusable shopping bags to help reduce plastic waste, and it's become a small but important part of my routine. I've started using reusable shopping bags to help reduce plastic waste, and it's become a small but important part of my routine. Recently, I've been more conscious of my energy usage, turning off lights and unplugging devices when they're not in use. Recently, I've been more conscious of my energy usage, turning off lights and unplugging devices when they're not in use. My community has started a recycling program, and I've been actively separating my waste to ensure we're recycling properly. My community has started a recycling program, and I've been actively separating my waste to ensure we're recycling properly. I've been learning more about sustainable farming practices and how they help reduce the environmental impact of food production. I've been learning more about sustainable farming practices and how they help reduce the environmental impact of food production. I've made an effort to buy more locally produced goods to support small businesses and reduce my carbon footprint. I've made an effort to buy more locally produced goods to support small businesses and reduce my carbon footprint. I recently switched to a plant-based diet, and although it's been challenging at times, it's been rewarding knowing it's better for the planet. I recently switched to a plant-based diet, and although it's been challenging at times, it's been rewarding knowing it's better for the planet. I try to walk or bike whenever I can instead of driving, and it's been both a healthier and more eco-friendly choice. I try to walk or bike whenever I can instead of driving, and it's been both a healthier and more eco-friendly choice. My family has started composting our food scraps, and it's amazing how much waste we've been able to reduce. My family has started composting our food scraps, and it's amazing how much waste we've been able to reduce. I've been replacing disposable plastic items with eco-friendly alternatives like bamboo toothbrushes and metal straws to cut down on waste. I've been replacing disposable plastic items with eco-friendly alternatives like bamboo toothbrushes and metal straws to cut down on waste. I've been researching renewable energy sources like solar and wind power to see how I can make my home more energy efficient. I've been researching renewable energy sources like solar and wind power to see how I can make my home more energy efficient. I've been using public transportation more often, and while it's not always the fastest option, it's definitely better for the environment. I've been using public transportation more often, and while it's not always the fastest option, it's definitely better for the environment. I decided to plant a garden in my garden, growing my own vegetables to reduce the carbon footprint associated with store-bought produce. I decided to plant a garden in my garden, growing my own vegetables to reduce the carbon footprint associated with store-bought produce. Recently, I've been educating myself about the importance of water conservation and the small changes I can make to save water every day. Recently, I've been educating myself about the importance of water conservation and the small changes I can make to save water every day. I've been involved in local clean-up events, picking up rubbish in parks and along beaches to help reduce pollution in our community. I've been involved in local clean-up events, picking up rubbish in parks and along beaches to help reduce pollution in our community. I've been trying to buy less fast fashion and more sustainable clothing that lasts longer and has a smaller environmental impact. I've been trying to buy less fast fashion and more sustainable clothing that lasts longer and has a smaller environmental impact. I've been reducing my meat consumption as part of my effort to decrease my environmental impact and live more sustainably. I've been reducing my meat consumption as part of my effort to decrease my environmental impact and live more sustainably. I've been using eco-friendly cleaning products in my home, which are just as effective but much better for the environment. I've been using eco-friendly cleaning products in my home, which are just as effective but much better for the environment. I've started supporting companies that are committed to sustainability, whether it's through their production processes or their efforts to reduce waste. I've started supporting companies that are committed to sustainability, whether it's through their production processes or their efforts to reduce waste. I've been participating in community garden projects where we grow food together and share it with others in need. I've been participating in community garden projects where we grow food together and share it with others in need. I've been working on reducing my plastic consumption, opting for products with less packaging and making an effort to recycle more. I've been working on reducing my plastic consumption, opting for products with less packaging and making an effort to recycle more. I recently installed a rainwater collection system at home, and it's been great for watering the garden while reducing water usage. I recently installed a rainwater collection system at home, and it's been great for watering the garden while reducing water usage. I've been reading up on how deforestation impacts the environment, and it's made me more mindful about the products I buy. I've been reading up on how deforestation impacts the environment, and it's made me more mindful about the products I buy. I've started buying second-hand items more often, whether it's clothes or furniture, to give things a second life and reduce waste. I've started buying second-hand items more often, whether it's clothes or furniture, to give things a second life and reduce waste. I've been trying to avoid single-use plastic items like plastic wrap and bottled water by switching to reusable alternatives. I've been trying to avoid single-use plastic items like plastic wrap and bottled water by switching to reusable alternatives. I've joined an environmental advocacy group to help raise awareness about climate change and promote sustainable practices in our community. I've joined an environmental advocacy group to help raise awareness about climate change and promote sustainable practices in our community. I accidentally grabbed the chili powder instead of cinnamon and ruined the entire dessert. I accidentally grabbed the chili powder instead of cinnamon and ruined the entire dessert. The oven stopped working halfway through baking the cake, so I had to improvise. The oven stopped working halfway through baking the cake, so I had to improvise. Every time I try to flip a pancake, it ends up on the floor. Every time I try to flip a pancake, it ends up on the floor. I used a blender without the lid and covered the entire kitchen in soup. I used a blender without the lid and covered the entire kitchen in soup. I always forget to preheat the oven until the dish is already prepared. I always forget to preheat the oven until the dish is already prepared. The recipe said to simmer for 20 minutes, but I left it for an hour. The recipe said to simmer for 20 minutes, but I left it for an hour. I couldn't open the stubborn jar, so I had to smash it with force. I couldn't open the stubborn jar, so I had to smash it with force. While boiling pasta, I got distracted and the water overflowed onto the hob. While boiling pasta, I got distracted and the water overflowed onto the hob. I bought all the ingredients except the one I actually needed the most. I bought all the ingredients except the one I actually needed the most. My chopping skills are so poor that every vegetable ends up in uneven pieces. My chopping skills are so poor that every vegetable ends up in uneven pieces. I dropped the eggs on the floor just after returning from the supermarket. I dropped the eggs on the floor just after returning from the supermarket. Cooking a big meal always leaves me with piles of washing up to do. Cooking a big meal always leaves me with piles of washing up to do. I misread the instructions and added double the amount of butter by accident. I misread the instructions and added double the amount of butter by accident. I was trying to multitask and completely burnt the toast and the eggs. I was trying to multitask and completely burnt the toast and the eggs. Every drawer in the kitchen sticks, making it hard to find any utensils quickly. Every drawer in the kitchen sticks, making it hard to find any utensils quickly. I love cooking new dishes, but I hate cleaning the mess afterwards. I love cooking new dishes, but I hate cleaning the mess afterwards. I sliced my finger because I wasn't paying attention while chopping the onions. I sliced my finger because I wasn't paying attention while chopping the onions. We lost power right as dinner was ready, so we ate by candlelight. We lost power right as dinner was ready, so we ate by candlelight. The fridge is full of leftovers that nobody in the house wants to eat. The fridge is full of leftovers that nobody in the house wants to eat. I often forget which ingredients I already have and end up buying doubles. I often forget which ingredients I already have and end up buying doubles. The smell of burnt garlic lingered in the kitchen for hours after cooking. The smell of burnt garlic lingered in the kitchen for hours after cooking. I accidentally spilt flour everywhere while trying to refill the container too quickly. I accidentally spilt flour everywhere while trying to refill the container too quickly. I washed the dishes but forgot to clean the greasy stovetop again. I washed the dishes but forgot to clean the greasy stovetop again. I tried to make homemade bread, but it turned out as hard as stone. I tried to make homemade bread, but it turned out as hard as stone. I always plan to cook something healthy, but end up reheating frozen pizza again. I always plan to cook something healthy, but end up reheating frozen pizza again. I made a strict monthly budget to avoid spending money on unnecessary things again. I made a strict monthly budget to avoid spending money on unnecessary things again. Every week, I track all my expenses using a simple spreadsheet on my laptop. Every week, I track all my expenses using a simple spreadsheet on my laptop. I've started saving a small percentage of my income every time I get paid. I've started saving a small percentage of my income every time I get paid. I cancelled several subscriptions I never use to help reduce my monthly expenses. I cancelled several subscriptions I never use to help reduce my monthly expenses. Creating a grocery list has helped me avoid impulse buying at the supermarket. Creating a grocery list has helped me avoid impulse buying at the supermarket. I set financial goals this year to finally pay off my remaining student loan. I set financial goals this year to finally pay off my remaining student loan. Whenever I want to buy something expensive, I wait 48 hours before deciding. Whenever I want to buy something expensive, I wait 48 hours before deciding. I stopped using credit cards because I was losing track of my real spending. I stopped using credit cards because I was losing track of my real spending. I review my bank statement every Sunday to check for any unexpected charges. I review my bank statement every Sunday to check for any unexpected charges. I opened a separate savings account so I wouldn't touch the money too easily. I opened a separate savings account so I wouldn't touch the money too easily. I started using cash envelopes for food, bills, and entertainment to stay on budget. I started using cash envelopes for food, bills, and entertainment to stay on budget. I realised how much money I waste on takeaways when I checked last month's expenses. I realised how much money I waste on takeaways when I checked last month's expenses. I compare prices online before buying anything to make sure I get the best deal. I compare prices online before buying anything to make sure I get the best deal. Using budgeting apps has made it easier to monitor my financial habits daily. Using budgeting apps has made it easier to monitor my financial habits daily. I avoid going shopping when I'm stressed because I tend to overspend emotionally. I avoid going shopping when I'm stressed because I tend to overspend emotionally. I've learned to distinguish between wants and needs when managing my monthly finances. I've learned to distinguish between wants and needs when managing my monthly finances. I plan meals in advance to avoid spending extra money on random snacks. I plan meals in advance to avoid spending extra money on random snacks. Instead of eating out, I invite friends over to save on restaurant bills. Instead of eating out, I invite friends over to save on restaurant bills. I never buy anything just because it's on sale if I don't actually need it. I never buy anything just because it's on sale if I don't actually need it. I've started walking more to save on fuel costs and improve my health too. I've started walking more to save on fuel costs and improve my health too. I cancelled my gym membership because I can exercise at home for free instead. I cancelled my gym membership because I can exercise at home for free instead. I write down every purchase I make so I can spot spending patterns clearly. I write down every purchase I make so I can spot spending patterns clearly. I gave myself a monthly treat budget so I don't feel completely restricted. I gave myself a monthly treat budget so I don't feel completely restricted. I always pay my bills on time to avoid late fees and bad credit. I always pay my bills on time to avoid late fees and bad credit. I've learnt that being financially responsible means saying no even when it's tempting to say yes. I've learnt that being financially responsible means saying no even when it's tempting to say yes. My phone suddenly froze during an important call and I couldn't restart it quickly. My phone suddenly froze during an important call and I couldn't restart it quickly. The battery drains so fast now, I have to charge it 3 times daily. The battery drains so fast now, I have to charge it 3 times daily. I dropped my phone in the sink while brushing my teeth this morning. I dropped my phone in the sink while brushing my teeth this morning. I accidentally deleted all my photos while trying to free up storage space. I accidentally deleted all my photos while trying to free up storage space. My screen cracked completely when I dropped my phone on the pavement last night. My screen cracked completely when I dropped my phone on the pavement last night. The speaker makes a buzzing noise every time someone calls me unexpectedly. The speaker makes a buzzing noise every time someone calls me unexpectedly. I can hear the other person, but they can't hear me at all. I can hear the other person, but they can't hear me at all. My apps keep crashing, even after updating everything and restarting the phone twice. My apps keep crashing, even after updating everything and restarting the phone twice. I forgot my lock screen password and now I can't unlock my phone. I forgot my lock screen password and now I can't unlock my phone. I spilt coffee on my phone and now the touchscreen barely responds anymore. I spilt coffee on my phone and now the touchscreen barely responds anymore. My phone keeps restarting on its own and I have no idea why. My phone keeps restarting on its own and I have no idea why. I've run out of storage, but I can't figure out what's taking space. I've run out of storage, but I can't figure out what's taking space. My phone won't connect to Wi-Fi, even though every other device works perfectly. My phone won't connect to Wi-Fi, even though every other device works perfectly. The camera stopped working just before I tried to take the perfect sunset photo. The camera stopped working just before I tried to take the perfect sunset photo. I dropped my phone down the stairs and now the back cover won't stay on. I dropped my phone down the stairs and now the back cover won't stay on. The charging cable only works if I hold it at a very specific angle. The charging cable only works if I hold it at a very specific angle. I downloaded a system update and now my phone is acting extremely slow. I downloaded a system update and now my phone is acting extremely slow. I accidentally sent a voice note instead of a text and it was embarrassing. I accidentally sent a voice note instead of a text and it was embarrassing. My notifications aren't showing up, so I keep missing important messages from work. My notifications aren't showing up, so I keep missing important messages from work. My phone overheats quickly when I watch videos or make video calls. My phone overheats quickly when I watch videos or make video calls. I forgot to back up my data before the phone completely stopped working. I forgot to back up my data before the phone completely stopped working. My touchscreen has dead spots, so I can't type messages properly anymore. My touchscreen has dead spots, so I can't type messages properly anymore. I had to borrow someone's phone because mine wouldn't turn on at all. I had to borrow someone's phone because mine wouldn't turn on at all. I installed a new app, and now everything else is running weirdly slow. I installed a new app, and now everything else is running weirdly slow. I tried fixing the issue myself, but I ended up making it worse. I tried fixing the issue myself, but I ended up making it worse. My flight was delayed for 5 hours, and the announcement kept changing every minute. My flight was delayed for 5 hours, and the announcement kept changing every minute. I arrived at the airport early, only to wait endlessly due to bad weather. I arrived at the airport early, only to wait endlessly due to bad weather. The security line moved so slowly that I nearly missed my boarding gate entirely. The security line moved so slowly that I nearly missed my boarding gate entirely. I forgot to pack my charger, and my phone died during the delay. I forgot to pack my charger, and my phone died during the delay. I had to sleep on the airport floor because all nearby hotels were full. I had to sleep on the airport floor because all nearby hotels were full. They lost my luggage, and I had nothing except my passport and a toothbrush. They lost my luggage, and I had nothing except my passport and a toothbrush. The airport staff kept giving conflicting information, which made me even more anxious. The airport staff kept giving conflicting information, which made me even more anxious. My connecting flight left without me because the first plane landed way too late. My connecting flight left without me because the first plane landed way too late. I couldn't find a place to sit because every seat was already taken. I couldn't find a place to sit because every seat was already taken. I waited over 30 minutes just to get a small bottle of water. I waited over 30 minutes just to get a small bottle of water. The announcements were unclear, so I didn't even hear when my gate had changed. The announcements were unclear, so I didn't even hear when my gate had changed. I tried to relax, but loud passengers made the airport feel even more chaotic. I tried to relax, but loud passengers made the airport feel even more chaotic. My headphones stopped working right before I needed music to calm my nerves. My headphones stopped working right before I needed music to calm my nerves. I got through security, but my bag was randomly selected for extra screening again. I got through security, but my bag was randomly selected for extra screening again. The air conditioning wasn't working properly, and it made everything feel 10 times worse. The air conditioning wasn't working properly, and it made everything feel 10 times worse. I had to keep checking the departure board because flights were being rescheduled constantly. I had to keep checking the departure board because flights were being rescheduled constantly. The overpriced food and drinks didn't help make the experience any more pleasant. The overpriced food and drinks didn't help make the experience any more pleasant. I forgot to bring snacks, and everything at the airport was way too expensive. I forgot to bring snacks, and everything at the airport was way too expensive. I couldn't connect to the Wi-Fi, which made the long wait even more frustrating. I couldn't connect to the Wi-Fi, which made the long wait even more frustrating. The flight crew apologized several times, but we still didn't know what was happening. The flight crew apologized several times, but we still didn't know what was happening. I kept pacing around the terminal to stay awake after waiting all night. I kept pacing around the terminal to stay awake after waiting all night. My travel companion fell asleep, so I had to stay alert the whole time. My travel companion fell asleep, so I had to stay alert the whole time. After hours of delays, they finally cancelled the flight without offering any real explanation. After hours of delays, they finally cancelled the flight without offering any real explanation. The only charging station near my gate had broken sockets and long waiting lines. The only charging station near my gate had broken sockets and long waiting lines. I booked this trip to relax, but the airport stress ruined the whole start. I booked this trip to relax, but the airport stress ruined the whole start. I left my passport at home and only realised when I got to the airport. I left my passport at home and only realised when I got to the airport. I forgot my best friend's birthday and didn't remember until the next morning. I forgot my best friend's birthday and didn't remember until the next morning. I walked into the room confidently, but completely forgot why I went there. I walked into the room confidently, but completely forgot why I went there. I was halfway to work when I realised I'd forgotten my laptop charger again. I was halfway to work when I realised I'd forgotten my laptop charger again. I missed an important meeting because I forgot to check my calendar that day. I missed an important meeting because I forgot to check my calendar that day. I left the oven on while rushing out and panicked halfway through my journey. I left the oven on while rushing out and panicked halfway through my journey. I forgot to reply to an urgent email and caused a delay in the project. I forgot to reply to an urgent email and caused a delay in the project. I planned everything for the trip, but forgot to book a return ticket. I planned everything for the trip, but forgot to book a return ticket. I meant to call my mum yesterday, but it slipped my mind entirely. I meant to call my mum yesterday, but it slipped my mind entirely. I was supposed to submit the form by Friday, but I completely blanked. I was supposed to submit the form by Friday, but I completely blanked. I arrived at the gym only to realise I forgot my trainers at home. I arrived at the gym only to realise I forgot my trainers at home. I forgot to bring my lunch, so I had to buy something expensive again. I forgot to bring my lunch, so I had to buy something expensive again. I kept thinking I was missing something important, but couldn't remember what it was. I kept thinking I was missing something important, but couldn't remember what it was. I forgot to take the bins out, and now the house smells horrible. I forgot to take the bins out, and now the house smells horrible. I made a long to-do list, but forgot where I put the paper. I made a long to-do list, but forgot where I put the paper. I was so focused on work that I forgot to eat lunch yesterday. I was so focused on work that I forgot to eat lunch yesterday. I completely forgot about our dinner plans and made something else at home instead. I completely forgot about our dinner plans and made something else at home instead. I left my umbrella on the bus even though it was pouring outside. I left my umbrella on the bus even though it was pouring outside. I forgot the name of the person I'd just been introduced to. I forgot the name of the person I'd just been introduced to. I meant to set an alarm, but I forgot and overslept this morning. I meant to set an alarm, but I forgot and overslept this morning. I forgot my PIN at the checkout and had to leave everything behind. I forgot my PIN at the checkout and had to leave everything behind. I was going to buy milk, but walked out of the shop without it. I was going to buy milk, but walked out of the shop without it. I forgot my lines during the performance and had to improvise the ending. I forgot my lines during the performance and had to improvise the ending. I left my keys inside the house and locked myself out once again. I left my keys inside the house and locked myself out once again. I meant to cancel the subscription but forgot and got charged for another month. I meant to cancel the subscription but forgot and got charged for another month. I created a daily schedule to help me manage my time more efficiently. I created a daily schedule to help me manage my time more efficiently. Decluttering my room gave me a surprising sense of peace and mental clarity. Decluttering my room gave me a surprising sense of peace and mental clarity. I use colour-coded sticky notes to track my goals and deadlines every week. I use colour-coded sticky notes to track my goals and deadlines every week. I now plan my meals every Sunday to avoid last-minute food decisions. I now plan my meals every Sunday to avoid last-minute food decisions. Writing a weekly to-do list helps me stay focused on my priorities. Writing a weekly to-do list helps me stay focused on my priorities. I set reminders on my phone for everything so I don't forget anything important. I set reminders on my phone for everything so I don't forget anything important. Organising my files properly helped me find important documents I thought were lost. Organising my files properly helped me find important documents I thought were lost. I rearranged my wardrobe so I could easily find what I need each morning. I rearranged my wardrobe so I could easily find what I need each morning. I've started keeping a digital calendar to avoid scheduling conflicts and missed appointments. I've started keeping a digital calendar to avoid scheduling conflicts and missed appointments. I deleted dozens of useless apps from my phone to reduce digital clutter. I deleted dozens of useless apps from my phone to reduce digital clutter. I set specific time blocks for work, breaks, and relaxation throughout the day. I set specific time blocks for work, breaks, and relaxation throughout the day. Cleaning my workspace gave me a fresh start and boosted my productivity immediately. Cleaning my workspace gave me a fresh start and boosted my productivity immediately. I review my goals every month to stay aligned with my long-term plans. I review my goals every month to stay aligned with my long-term plans. I've started keeping a journal to reflect on progress and organise my thoughts. I've started keeping a journal to reflect on progress and organise my thoughts. Creating a filing system for my emails made it easier to stay organised. Creating a filing system for my emails made it easier to stay organised. I donated unused clothes and items to free up space in my flat. I donated unused clothes and items to free up space in my flat. I now wake up earlier to have quiet time and plan the day ahead. I now wake up earlier to have quiet time and plan the day ahead. Setting small daily goals helped me feel more in control and less overwhelmed. Setting small daily goals helped me feel more in control and less overwhelmed. I labelled all the storage boxes so I can find everything quickly and easily. I labelled all the storage boxes so I can find everything quickly and easily. I installed a whiteboard in my room to track habits and upcoming tasks. I installed a whiteboard in my room to track habits and upcoming tasks. I deleted unnecessary photos from my phone to make space and reduce distractions. I deleted unnecessary photos from my phone to make space and reduce distractions. I batch similar tasks together to stay efficient and avoid constant context switching. I batch similar tasks together to stay efficient and avoid constant context switching. I organise my finances once a week to stay on top of everything. I organise my finances once a week to stay on top of everything. I blocked out social media during work hours to avoid endless scrolling and distractions. I blocked out social media during work hours to avoid endless scrolling and distractions. Taking time each morning to plan has made my entire life feel more manageable. Taking time each morning to plan has made my entire life feel more manageable. I forgot to separate the colours, and now my white shirt is bright pink. I forgot to separate the colours, and now my white shirt is bright pink. I washed the same load twice because I couldn't remember if I started it. I washed the same load twice because I couldn't remember if I started it. Folding clothes neatly takes more time than the actual washing and drying combined. Folding clothes neatly takes more time than the actual washing and drying combined. I spilt detergent all over the floor and had to mop everything up. I spilt detergent all over the floor and had to mop everything up. I left wet clothes in the machine overnight and now they smell terrible. I left wet clothes in the machine overnight and now they smell terrible. I ironed all my clothes, but then left them in a wrinkled pile. I ironed all my clothes, but then left them in a wrinkled pile. I finally cleaned under the bed and found things I lost months ago. I finally cleaned under the bed and found things I lost months ago. Washing dishes after cooking feels like the biggest chore in the entire world. Washing dishes after cooking feels like the biggest chore in the entire world. I vacuumed the whole house but forgot to do under the sofa cushions. I vacuumed the whole house but forgot to do under the sofa cushions. I mopped the floor right before someone walked in with muddy shoes. I mopped the floor right before someone walked in with muddy shoes. I forgot to check the pockets, and tissues ended up all over the laundry. I forgot to check the pockets, and tissues ended up all over the laundry. I wiped down the counters, but somehow they look messy again already. I wiped down the counters, but somehow they look messy again already. Doing house chores is exhausting, but the feeling afterwards is always worth it. Doing house chores is exhausting, but the feeling afterwards is always worth it. I tried multitasking while cleaning and ended up making more mess than progress. I tried multitasking while cleaning and ended up making more mess than progress. The dryer stopped working mid-cycle, so everything is still damp and wrinkled. The dryer stopped working mid-cycle, so everything is still damp and wrinkled. I always lose socks when doing laundry. Where do the missing ones even go? I always lose socks when doing laundry. Where do the missing ones even go? I accidentally shrank my jumper because I didn't read the washing instructions. I accidentally shrank my jumper because I didn't read the washing instructions. I swept the floor, but the wind blew the leaves right back into the room. I swept the floor, but the wind blew leaves right back into the room. I organised the kitchen drawers and found 5 bottle openers I never use. I organised the kitchen drawers and found 5 bottle openers I never use. I cleaned the fridge and discovered food that expired over a year ago. I cleaned the fridge and discovered food that expired over a year ago. I put off laundry all week and now have 3 full baskets to do. I put off laundry all week and now have 3 full baskets to do. Dusting is oddly satisfying, especially when you see how much collects in a day. Dusting is oddly satisfying, especially when you see how much collects in a day. I always listen to music while cleaning to make the time pass faster. I always listen to music while cleaning to make the time pass faster. I finally cleaned the bathroom properly, and now it smells fresh and looks new. I finally cleaned the bathroom properly, and now it smells fresh and looks new. I planned to clean the whole house, but only managed to tidy the hallway. I planned to clean the whole house, but only managed to tidy the hallway. I woke up early to walk the dog, but he refused to move. I woke up early to walk the dog, but he refused to move. Cleaning the litter box every day is the least glamorous part of cat ownership. Cleaning the litter box every day is the least glamorous part of cat ownership. My puppy chewed through my favourite shoes while I was out grocery shopping. My puppy chewed through my favourite shoes while I was out grocery shopping. Feeding time gets chaotic because my pets all want attention at the same time. Feeding time gets chaotic because my pets all want attention at the same time. I tried bathing my dog, but he escaped and soaked the whole house. I tried bathing my dog, but he escaped and soaked the whole house. Taking my cat to the vet is a battle that usually ends in scratches. Taking my cat to the vet is a battle that usually ends in scratches. I always talk to my pet like they understand every word I'm saying. I always talk to my pet like they understand every word I'm saying. My rabbit knocked over his water bowl and soaked all the fresh bedding. My rabbit knocked over his water bowl and soaked all the fresh bedding. I accidentally bought the wrong food, and now my dog refuses to eat. I accidentally bought the wrong food, and now my dog refuses to eat. I gave my pet a new toy, and he destroyed it within minutes. I gave my pet a new toy, and he destroyed it within minutes. I once spent hours looking for my turtle before realizing he was under the sofa. I once spent hours looking for my turtle before realizing he was under the sofa. My pet always senses when I'm sad and cuddles up next to me. My pet always senses when I'm sad and cuddles up next to me. Grooming my dog takes so long that I feel like I need a nap after. Grooming my dog takes so long that I feel like I need a nap after. My parrot mimicked my voice perfectly and confused everyone in the house. My parrot mimicked my voice perfectly and confused everyone in the house. I forgot to close the gate and my dog ran into the neighbour's garden. I forgot to close the gate and my dog ran into the neighbour's garden. My hamster escaped from his cage and turned up inside a shoe 3 days later. My hamster escaped from his cage and turned up inside a shoe 3 days later. I spend more money on pet supplies than I do on myself some months. I spend more money on pet supplies than I do on myself some months. I always double check the door because my cat tries to sneak outside constantly. I always double check the door because my cat tries to sneak outside constantly. My fish tank needs cleaning more often than I expected when I bought it. My fish tank needs cleaning more often than I expected when I bought it. My dog won't go out in the rain, even when he really needs to. My dog won't go out in the rain, even when he really needs to. Training my puppy has taken a lot more patience than I ever imagined. Training my puppy has taken a lot more patience than I ever imagined. I adopted a rescue pet, and now I can't imagine life without them. I adopted a rescue pet, and now I can't imagine life without them. My cat brings me gifts from the garden that I never ask for. My cat brings me gifts from the garden that I never ask for. I can't sit down without my pet jumping on me for cuddles or playtime. I can't sit down without my pet jumping on me for cuddles or playtime. Despite the mess and chaos, having a pet makes every day more joyful. Despite the mess and chaos, having a pet makes every day more joyful. I waited the entire afternoon, but the delivery never showed up or called. I waited the entire afternoon, but the delivery never showed up or called. The plumber said he'd arrive at 10, but it's already past 2 now. The plumber said he'd arrive at 10, but it's already past 2 now. I rearranged my whole day just to wait for a 5-minute appliance repair. I rearranged my whole day just to wait for a 5-minute appliance repair. I kept checking the tracking link even though nothing had changed in hours. I kept checking the tracking link even though nothing had changed in hours. The delivery person rang the doorbell once and left before I could answer. The delivery person rang the doorbell once and left before I could answer. I stayed home all day, only to be told they'd come tomorrow instead. I stayed home all day, only to be told they'd come tomorrow instead. The repair team promised to call ahead, but they showed up unexpectedly instead. The repair team promised to call ahead, but they showed up unexpectedly instead. I didn't even shower this morning because I didn't want to miss the knock. I didn't even shower this morning because I didn't want to miss the knock. The technician arrived late and didn't have the correct tools for the repair. The technician arrived late and didn't have the correct tools for the repair. I kept refreshing the app, but the status remained out for delivery forever. I kept refreshing the app, but the status remained out for delivery forever. I cleaned the house just in case the repairman needed access to everything. I cleaned the house just in case the repairman needed access to everything. I couldn't leave to buy groceries because I was stuck waiting for the handyman. I couldn't leave to buy groceries because I was stuck waiting for the handyman. They gave me a delivery window, but it felt more like a full-day trap. They gave me a delivery window, but it felt more like a full-day trap. I called customer service 4 times, and they still couldn't confirm a delivery time. I called customer service 4 times, and they still couldn't confirm a delivery time. I spent the whole morning near the door, afraid I'd miss the delivery. I spent the whole morning near the door, afraid I'd miss the delivery. I watched the van drive past my house without stopping to drop anything off. I watched the van drive past my house without stopping to drop anything off. I stayed up late last night assembling furniture that never actually got delivered today. I stayed up late last night assembling furniture that never actually got delivered today. The repair was supposed to take 1 hour, but they stayed for nearly 5. The repair was supposed to take 1 hour, but they stayed for nearly 5. I had to cancel my plans because I couldn't leave the house all day. I had to cancel my plans because I couldn't leave the house all day. I waited for hours only to be told the part wasn't available yet. I waited for hours only to be told the part wasn't available yet. They marked the item as delivered, but nothing ever arrived at my front door. They marked the item as delivered, but nothing ever arrived at my front door. The repairman fixed the leak, but now something else has started making a noise. The repairman fixed the leak, but now something else has started making a noise. I didn't even use the bathroom because I was scared I'd miss the bell. I didn't even use the bathroom because I was scared I'd miss the bell. After hours of waiting, they finally arrived with the wrong product in the box. After hours of waiting, they finally arrived with the wrong product in the box. I missed the delivery by just 5 minutes and now have to reschedule everything. I missed the delivery by just 5 minutes and now have to reschedule everything. I spent hours choosing the perfect gift, but they barely looked excited at all. I spent hours choosing the perfect gift, but they barely looked excited at all. I wasn't sure if they'd like it, but their reaction was absolutely priceless. I wasn't sure if they'd like it, but their reaction was absolutely priceless. I wrapped the present so badly that everyone laughed before even opening it. I wrapped the present so badly that everyone laughed before even opening it. Giving thoughtful gifts is one of my favourite ways to show people I care. Giving thoughtful gifts is one of my favourite ways to show people I care. I forgot the occasion completely and had to improvise with a last-minute gift. I forgot the occasion completely and had to improvise with a last-minute gift. I tried to act surprised, but I already knew what was inside the box. I tried to act surprised, but I already knew what was inside the box. I received a gift card, which is great, but it felt slightly impersonal. I received a gift card, which is great, but it felt slightly impersonal. I love handmade gifts because they show time, effort, and genuine thoughtfulness. I love handmade gifts because they show time, effort, and genuine thoughtfulness. I gave her a book she'd mentioned once, and she almost cried with joy. I gave her a book she mentioned once, and she almost cried with joy. I didn't expect anything, so even a small present made my entire day better. I didn't expect anything, so even a small present made my entire day better. I always struggle to hide my facial expressions if I don't like the gift. I always struggle to hide my facial expressions if I don't like the gift. I received the same gift from two different people on the exact same day. I received the same gift from two different people on the exact same day. I gave him a surprise, but he guessed what it was immediately. I gave him a surprise, but he guessed what it was immediately. It was beautifully wrapped, but the real gift was the note inside the card. It was beautifully wrapped, but the real gift was the note inside the card. I prefer experiences over physical gifts because they create memories that last forever. I prefer experiences over physical gifts because they create memories that last forever. I gave a gift that turned out to be something they already had. I gave a gift that turned out to be something they already had. I once forgot to remove the price tag before giving the gift to her. I once forgot to remove the price tag before giving the gift to her. I was touched by the effort they made to find something truly personal for me. I was touched by the effort they made to find something truly personal for me. I received something completely unexpected and couldn't stop smiling the entire day. I received something completely unexpected and couldn't stop smiling the entire day. I love wrapping presents creatively to make the moment even more exciting. I love wrapping presents creatively to make the moment even more exciting. I gave my friend a thoughtful gift, and she gave me socks in return. I gave my friend a thoughtful gift, and she gave me socks in return. I always try to write a heartfelt note to go with every gift. I always try to write a heartfelt note to go with every gift. I didn't realise it was a re-gift until I saw my name misspelt. I didn't realise it was a re-gift until I saw my name misspelt. I tried to make a homemade gift, but it didn't turn out very well. I tried to make a homemade gift, but it didn't turn out very well. Receiving a surprise package in the post completely changed my mood that morning. Receiving a surprise package in the post completely changed my mood that morning. I packed everything the night before and still managed to forget my toothbrush. I packed everything the night before and still managed to forget my toothbrush. I always bring more clothes than necessary, just in case plans suddenly change. I always bring more clothes than necessary, just in case plans suddenly change. I rolled all my clothes tightly to save space in my small suitcase. I rolled all my clothes tightly to save space in my small suitcase. I forgot to check the weather forecast and packed completely the wrong outfits. I forgot to check the weather forecast and packed completely the wrong outfits. I packed my charger, passport, and tickets first. Those are the non-negotiable essentials. I packed my charger, passport, and tickets first. Those are the non-negotiable essentials. I made a checklist, but still somehow left my headphones on the kitchen table. I made a checklist, but still somehow left my headphones on the kitchen table. I always pack snacks because airport food is too expensive and usually disappointing. I always pack snacks because airport food is too expensive and usually disappointing. I brought a jacket I didn't need and forgot to bring any shorts. I brought a jacket I didn't need and forgot to bring any shorts. I overpacked my suitcase so badly I had to sit on it to close it. I overpacked my suitcase so badly I had to sit on it to close it. I packed light, but now I regret not bringing an extra pair of shoes. I packed light, but now I regret not bringing an extra pair of shoes. I double-checked my bag 3 times to make sure I had my passport. I double-checked my bag 3 times to make sure I had my passport. I forgot to pack swimwear and only realised when I saw the beach. I forgot to pack swimwear and only realised when I saw the beach. I packed 3 books thinking I'd read them, but never even opened one. I packed 3 books thinking I'd read them, but never even opened one. I tried to pack efficiently, but I still couldn't find anything I needed. I tried to pack efficiently, but I still couldn't find anything I needed. I brought a travel pillow, which turned out to be a brilliant decision. I brought a travel pillow, which turned out to be a brilliant decision. I packed an umbrella for once, and it didn't rain the entire trip. I packed an umbrella for once, and it didn't rain the entire trip. I always forget something small, like nail clippers or earplugs, and then regret it. I always forget something small, like nail clippers or earplugs, and then regret it. I packed my bag so quickly that I forgot to bring any socks. I packed my bag so quickly that I forgot to bring any socks. I like to pack early so I don't panic the morning of the trip. I like to pack early so I don't panic the morning of the trip. I packed the essentials but still couldn't fit everything into my carry-on bag. I packed the essentials but still couldn't fit everything into my carry-on bag. I brought way too many toiletries and security made me throw half away. I brought way too many toiletries and security made me throw half away. I carefully packed souvenirs for everyone but forgot to bring a gift for myself. I carefully packed souvenirs for everyone but forgot to bring a gift for myself. I always put important items in my hand luggage just in case of delays. I always put important items in my hand luggage just in case of delays. I packed my phone charger but not the adapter, which was completely useless abroad. I packed my phone charger but not the adapter, which was completely useless abroad. I underestimated how cold it would be and didn't pack anything warm enough. I underestimated how cold it would be and didn't pack anything warm enough. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. It's incredibly frustrating when passengers block the door and don't let others exit first. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Please remember to take off your backpack when the train gets especially crowded. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. Some people talk loudly on the phone, forgetting others are trying to relax or read. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. I always offer my seat to elderly passengers, even when I'm extremely tired myself. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Holding the door open for someone running is kind, but can delay the whole train. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. Buses are usually late when it rains, so always leave a little earlier. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. It's rude to play music out loud, even if it's your favourite song. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. When you sneeze or cough on public transport, please cover your mouth properly. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. Don't eat smelly food on the train. It can really upset sensitive passengers nearby. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. That man fell asleep and missed his stop by about 4 whole stations. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. People standing in the aisle should move down to make space for new passengers. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. Always check the map before asking the driver, especially during peak traffic times. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. I once left my umbrella on the bus and never saw it again. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. You can really learn patience just by using public transport during rush hour. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. Tourists often stand in the way because they don't know where they're going. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. I appreciate when someone quietly reads instead of blasting videos on their phone. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. If your bag takes up a seat, you're making someone else stand unnecessarily. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. Escalator etiquette means standing on the right so people can walk on the left. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. I forgot to tap my card once and got fined even though it wasn't intentional. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Sometimes I see strangers helping each other with directions and it makes me smile. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. Watching people sprint for a train that's already leaving is oddly entertaining. When the announcement says "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. When the announcement says "Stand behind the yellow line," they really mean it. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. It's polite to wait until everyone exits before trying to board a crowded carriage. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. Some bus drivers greet passengers with a smile, and it really brightens my morning. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. I once spent 2 hours on a delayed train with absolutely no explanation given. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. The rain came down so hard I couldn't see 5 feet ahead. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. My shoes were completely soaked after walking just 2 streets in that storm. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. Thunderstorms always make me nervous, especially when the lightning flashes so close. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. I forgot my umbrella, so I had to hide under a shop canopy. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. On foggy mornings, I can barely see the buildings across the street. Strong winds knocked over the bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. Strong winds knocked over bins and made walking in a straight line difficult. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. I stayed inside all day because the hailstones were actually damaging cars outside. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. The sudden drop in temperature caught everyone off guard without proper winter clothes. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. There was a power cut during the snowstorm and we lit candles for hours. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. When it rains non-stop for days, it really affects my mood and energy. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. I saw a man chasing his umbrella as it flew across the road. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. Everything feels more dramatic when the sky turns dark in the middle of the day. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. The forecast said light showers, but it turned into a full-blown monsoon. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. You know it's cold when your breath turns into little clouds of steam. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. It took me ages to dry my coat after getting caught in that downpour. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. The streets were so icy, people were slipping and sliding all over the place. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. That wind was so strong, it felt like it could knock me over. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. During the heat wave, the air felt heavy and it was hard to breathe. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Flood warnings were issued because of the constant heavy rain over the past week. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Everyone rushed to the supermarket before the snowstorm, just in case supplies ran out. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. Bad weather really tests your patience when you rely on walking everywhere. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. The thunder shook my windows and made my cat run under the sofa. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. Even my waterproof jacket couldn't handle the amount of rain that day. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. I love watching storms from indoors, especially with a warm drink in hand. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. After the rain, the smell of fresh earth always reminds me of my childhood. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. I once waited in line for 3 hours just to buy concert tickets. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. Long queues always make me question whether I really need what I'm buying. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. I brought a book this time, knowing the queue would take forever to move. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. Some people try to skip the line, pretending they didn't see where it started. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. When everyone is silent in the queue, it feels oddly intense and awkward. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I struck up a conversation with the person next to me just to pass time. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. I lost my place in the queue after leaving to find a toilet. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. It's always the person in front who takes forever to get their order sorted. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. You know a place is popular when the queue wraps around the corner. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. There's nothing worse than standing in line without any phone battery left. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. I once queued for hours only to find out they ran out of stock. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Some people actually bring folding chairs for those ridiculously long waiting lines. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Waiting in queues tests your patience more than most situations in daily life. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. Everyone looks equally bored, yet no one dares to leave their spot. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. The queue moved so slowly, I memorized the pattern on the floor tiles. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. I was near the front when they announced the system had crashed completely. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. People in queues often form silent alliances, sharing complaints with just facial expressions. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. I always try to predict which line will move faster. I'm usually wrong. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Being stuck in a long queue with loud children can feel never-ending. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. Sometimes just seeing a long line is enough to make me give up. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. The person behind me kept standing too close, which made me really uncomfortable. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. I passed the time by people watching and making up stories about them. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. When the line finally moved, it felt like a small personal victory. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. I should have arrived earlier, but I underestimated how long the wait would be. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. Queuing outside in the cold makes the experience even more painful and annoying. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. I spent nearly an hour retracing my steps to find my missing headphones. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. There's no worse feeling than realizing you've lost your wallet in a crowded area. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. I found my missing sock stuck behind the washing machine after several weeks. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. Losing your phone, even for 5 minutes, creates a wave of instant panic. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. I once lost my house keys and had to sleep at a friend's place. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. My glasses were on my head the entire time I was searching for them. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. Every time I lose something, it's usually hiding in plain sight somewhere obvious. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. I found an old childhood toy buried deep in the back of my wardrobe. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. That awkward moment when you find your missing item after blaming someone else. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. I always seem to lose one glove and never the pair at the same time. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. It's strange how things go missing just when you urgently need them the most. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. I lost my library card and had to pay a fine for a late book. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. Nothing beats the joy of finding money in a coat pocket from last winter. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. I left my umbrella on the bus and only realised halfway through the rain. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. Losing important documents can turn a calm day into absolute chaos very quickly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. My headphones were tangled up in my hoodie the whole time. I felt so silly. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I once found a lost dog and returned it to the owner the same evening. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I kept blaming everyone for losing the charger, but it was in my bag. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. I found my missing ring under the sofa while vacuuming the living room. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. There's always one drawer where lost things mysteriously reappear after several days. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I lost my shopping list, so I had to rely on memory and forgot everything. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. I always lose my pen right before an important meeting or phone call. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. After searching everywhere, I found the missing remote in the fridge somehow. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. I misplace my headphones so often, I should probably buy a spare pair. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. Losing your passport while abroad is one of the scariest experiences imaginable. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. When I'm home alone, every little noise suddenly sounds suspicious and terrifying. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. I talk to myself out loud more often when there's no one else around. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. Sometimes I pretend I'm on a cooking show while making dinner by myself. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. It's strangely peaceful to walk around your house in complete silence for hours. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. I sing at the top of my lungs when I know no one's listening. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. Every creaky floorboard feels louder when you're the only one in the house. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. I love the freedom of choosing any movie without worrying about someone else's opinion. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. Being home alone gives me the chance to truly relax and do absolutely nothing. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. I always double check the locks when I'm the only one staying home overnight. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Sometimes I hear things that make me check behind the shower curtain just in case. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. Home alone nights are perfect for trying new snacks and watching old favourites. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I once got scared by my own reflection thinking someone else was in the house. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. I talk to my plants more when I don't have any humans around. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. Silence feels calming at first, but eventually I put music on for company. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I dance around the house like I'm in a music video. No shame whatsoever. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. I once thought I heard a ghost, but it was just the ice maker. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. Being alone at night makes you appreciate small things, like a warm blanket. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I love ordering food and not having to share it with anyone else. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I can spend hours reorganizing drawers without interruptions when the house is empty. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I once watched 5 films in a row while home alone on a rainy day. I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? I always think about deep questions when I'm alone, like where do socks go? Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. Sometimes I just sit by the window and enjoy the quiet world outside. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. I often discover how creaky the house is when it's completely silent. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. Being home alone is the best time to wear ridiculous clothes and experiment. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. It's the only time I can truly think clearly without distractions from others. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. I had the most unexpected conversation with a stranger while waiting for the bus. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. A kind stranger once helped me carry my suitcase up the station stairs. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. I rarely talk to strangers, but sometimes it leads to really memorable moments. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. Striking up a conversation can feel awkward, especially when you don't share interests. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. I once met someone in a queue and we ended up becoming good friends. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Talking to strangers helps improve your social confidence more than you might expect. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. Sometimes a stranger's compliment can brighten your whole day in just 1 second. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. I avoid small talk, but I enjoy deeper conversations when someone opens up. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. That old man on the bench told me stories from his youth for an hour. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. I asked a stranger for directions and we ended up chatting about local history. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. It's interesting how strangers often reveal more than friends in a short conversation. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. A stranger once gave me life advice I didn't expect but actually needed. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. I complimented a stranger's jacket and she told me it was her mother's. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. Some strangers overshare way too quickly and it gets uncomfortable very fast. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. You can tell a lot about a person by how they greet a stranger. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I shared a train seat with someone who turned out to be an author. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. I once helped a stranger find their dog and they were so thankful. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. Asking strangers about their day can lead to surprisingly honest answers. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. There's a certain charm in chatting with someone you know you'll never meet again. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. I once joined a conversation between strangers and was welcomed like an old friend. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. That barista always chats like we're best friends, even though I don't know his name. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. One friendly conversation with a stranger helped calm my nerves before a big event. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. A stranger in a coffee shop told me about their dreams of moving abroad. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. You don't need to know someone's name to share a meaningful interaction. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. Some people are just naturally gifted at making strangers feel instantly comfortable. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. I was so focused on my book that I didn't notice it was already midnight. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. It's scary how quickly hours can disappear when you're doing something you enjoy. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I lost track of time while drawing and missed an important phone call. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. I only meant to check social media for 5 minutes. It became 2 hours. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. When you're in a creative flow, time feels like it doesn't even exist. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. I completely forgot about lunch because I was too deep into editing a video. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. The movie was so gripping that I had no idea how late it had gotten. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. I started organising my desk and somehow ended up rearranging the whole living room. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. Playing video games with friends always makes time vanish without warning. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I planned to nap for 20 minutes and woke up 2 hours later. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. I once stayed up all night writing without realizing the sun was rising. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. You know you've lost track of time when your coffee goes cold without noticing. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. Scrolling through old photos made me lose an entire evening without realizing it. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. When I'm in a deep conversation, I never notice how late it's getting. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. I meant to go for a short walk, but ended up wandering for hours. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. Time flies when you're laughing with people who understand your weird sense of humour. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. I got so absorbed in a podcast that I missed my train stop completely. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. Drawing late at night feels like entering a time loop where nothing else matters. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. I often lose track of time while doing puzzles or playing logic games. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. When I listen to music and start dancing around, time speeds up somehow. The weekend went by so quickly. I barely remember what I even did. The weekend went by so quickly. I barely remember what I even did. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. Deep cleaning the house somehow made the afternoon vanish before I even had lunch. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I started replying to one message and suddenly it was already bedtime. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. I got distracted writing a list and ended up doing none of the tasks. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. When I'm enjoying myself, the clock seems to work twice as fast as usual. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. The neighbour's dog barks non-stop every night, and it drives me absolutely crazy. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. I can't concentrate when someone keeps tapping their pen loudly in a quiet room. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom and it's getting on my nerves. There's a constant dripping sound in the bathroom and it's getting on my nerves. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. I once heard a car alarm going off for hours with no one around. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Someone upstairs keeps dragging furniture across the floor at 2 a.m. every single night. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. Loud chewing is one of those sounds that makes me irrationally angry inside. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. The clicking of high heels on a hard floor echoes through the whole building. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. I can't stand when people blast voice messages on speaker in public places. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. The buzzing from that flickering light bulb was enough to ruin my concentration completely. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. When I hear construction work early in the morning, it completely ruins my sleep. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. I tried to ignore the humming fridge, but now I can't unhear it. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. The squeaky wheel on my chair makes it sound like I'm hiding a mouse. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. My neighbour plays the same song on repeat. I know every word against my will. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. That high-pitched feedback sound from microphones really makes me wince in pain. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. I once shared a flat with someone who cracked their knuckles every few minutes. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. The hum of traffic outside my window becomes louder during the evening rush hour. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. I can't sleep when there's a ticking clock nearby. It's too rhythmic to ignore. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. A mosquito buzzing near my ear is one of the worst sounds imaginable. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. I wore noise-cancelling headphones, but somehow I could still hear that annoying ringtone. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. Someone kept clicking their pen during the entire exam. It nearly broke my focus. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. The beeping sound from the microwave kept going because nobody opened the door. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. I asked them nicely to lower the volume, but they ignored me completely. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. When the fire alarm randomly went off, it nearly gave me a heart attack. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. I once unplugged the fridge just to escape the endless humming for one night. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. Background noise becomes unbearable when you're trying to enjoy a moment of peace. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. I often talk to myself while cleaning, like I'm narrating a YouTube tutorial. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Saying things out loud helps me remember tasks better than writing them down. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. Sometimes I pretend I'm giving a speech while alone just for fun. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. I once caught myself arguing out loud with someone who wasn't even there. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. Talking to yourself doesn't mean you're weird. It actually helps process thoughts clearly. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. I mutter, "Where did I put that?" almost every day without thinking about it. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. Practicing conversations out loud helps me prepare for stressful situations and meetings. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I talk to inanimate objects like they can hear me, especially when they misbehave. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. I once rehearsed a joke out loud, then forgot it completely when it mattered. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. When I misplace something, talking aloud often helps me remember where I saw it last. I sometimes apologize to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. I sometimes apologize to furniture when I bump into it out of habit. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. If someone overheard me talking to myself, I'd probably pretend I was on the phone. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. I tell myself motivational quotes in the mirror when I need a confidence boost. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. Talking out loud while cooking helps me follow each step without forgetting anything. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I once rehearsed an entire job interview to myself in the bathroom mirror. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I give myself pep talks when I feel nervous about trying something new. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. I whisper sarcastic comments when watching reality shows alone. It makes it more fun. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself, just to stay awake and alert. When I'm really tired, I talk to myself just to stay awake and alert. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. Sometimes I do silly voices while reading signs out loud on the street. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I once laughed so hard at something I said to myself, I cried. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I explain things to myself like I'm teaching a class, even when I'm alone. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. I talked myself through assembling a shelf because the instructions made no sense. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. It's comforting to hear your own voice when the house feels too quiet. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. I plan entire days out loud while brushing my teeth in the morning. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. If thinking quietly doesn't work, saying things aloud helps me figure everything out. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. I kept refreshing my email every 2 minutes, hoping the results had arrived early. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. Waiting for a job interview response feels like time has completely frozen in place. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. I couldn't concentrate on anything else until I knew what the doctor would say. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. My heart skips a beat every time my phone buzzes when I'm expecting news. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. The longer you wait for important news, the more your imagination creates dramatic scenarios. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I rehearsed both my excited and disappointed reactions before opening the final decision letter. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. I kept checking the tracking number to see if the delivery update had changed. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. Waiting for test scores was more stressful than actually taking the test itself. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I couldn't enjoy my weekend knowing the big announcement was coming on Monday. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. I stared at the phone for hours, willing it to ring with good news. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. Even good news takes too long when you're desperate for peace of mind. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. I tried distracting myself with chores, but my mind kept returning to the outcome. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. The longer the silence, the more you start doubting what you thought went well. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. When the call finally came, I missed it and had to wait even longer. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. I didn't want to open the envelope in case it changed everything. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Waiting for feedback on something personal feels like waiting for judgment itself. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. Every time someone said, "Any news yet?" I had to fake a calm smile. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I told myself not to care about the results, but I definitely did. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. I kept making excuses to check my phone without looking too obvious. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The worst part is not knowing if it's going to be good or bad. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. The message notification came in and it was just a spam email. Again. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. My stomach was in knots for days waiting for the final word. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. You try to stay positive, but your brain always brings up the worst case scenario. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I checked the mailbox so often the neighbours probably thought I was expecting gold. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I was too scared to open the message, so I stared at it for hours. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. I tried learning how to juggle, but I mostly just threw things at the floor. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. The first time I studied algebra, I thought the letters were a printing mistake. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. Learning to swim as an adult was harder than I ever expected it to be. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I watched the tutorial 10 times and still didn't understand what I was doing wrong. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I tried learning a new accent and ended up sounding like 5 different people. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I spent an hour learning one piano chord, but it felt like a victory. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I once spent 3 weeks trying to understand one paragraph in a dense textbook. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. I had to pause the video every few seconds just to keep up. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. Learning to type without looking at the keyboard took way more patience than I thought. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. My brain completely shut down the first time someone explained cryptocurrency to me. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I followed the instructions step by step and still ended up with the wrong result. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I nearly cried trying to assemble a piece of furniture with 47 confusing parts. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. I tried learning magic tricks, but my hands refused to cooperate smoothly. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. Even after hours of practice, I still pronounced the word wrong in class. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I tried coding once. Within 10 minutes, I was questioning all of my life choices. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. I kept repeating the same dance move wrong until someone showed me in slow motion. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. Every time I thought I understood it, a new layer of confusion appeared. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. My brain hurt after the first hour, but I kept pushing through anyway. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. Learning something new feels great until you compare yourself to someone who's mastered it. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I gave myself a reward every time I finished a hard chapter just to stay motivated. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. I took 20 minutes to memorize something, then forgot it 5 minutes later. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. The difficult part isn't starting, it's coming back the next day to try again. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. I kept making mistakes, but eventually something finally clicked, and that moment felt magical. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. Learning hard things reminds you how humbling and frustrating the process of growth can be. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I still don't fully understand it, but I've come further than I thought I could. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I bought a sketch pad thinking I'd become an artist. 2 doodles later, I gave up. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I tried yoga once, and let's just say my balance needs serious work. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I attempted to learn the guitar, but my fingers disagreed completely with the strings. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. I joined a pottery class and ended up creating something unidentifiable, but proudly mine. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. The first time I went jogging, I lasted 5 minutes before collapsing on a bench. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I tried knitting, but somehow tied all the yarn into a massive knot. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. I joined a dance class and spent most of the time stepping on others. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. Trying new hobbies makes me realize how impatient I can actually be. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I attempted to cook fancy desserts, but ended up with something that looked haunted. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. I joined an improv class and laughed more than I ever expected to. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. Learning chess seemed like a good idea until I lost to a 10-year-old. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I bought a puzzle with 1,000 pieces and immediately regretted my life choices. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I tried journaling daily, but now it's more like monthly emotional explosions on paper. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. I downloaded a language app and forgot about it after one enthusiastic day. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. The first time I painted, I accidentally made something that looked like a ghost. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I tried bird watching, but ended up getting scared by a very aggressive squirrel. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still I pretended I did. I joined a book club and didn't finish the book, but still pretended I did. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I went to a photography class and took 83 pictures of my shoes by accident. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I tried baking bread from scratch. My kitchen looked like a flour tornado hit it. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I once attempted calligraphy, but produced something that looked like ancient alien symbols. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I joined a running club and got lost within the first 10 minutes. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I tried building a shelf and ended up creating the world's most wobbly table. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I thought I'd be good at painting miniatures. I was very wrong, but proud anyway. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I started gardening and forgot to water the plants for an entire week. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I attempted origami, but every crane turned into a sad, crumpled lump of paper. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I stared at the ceiling for so long I started counting tiny cracks in the paint. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I rearranged my entire bookshelf by colour just to pass the time. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I tried watching TV, but even the shows I like couldn't hold my attention. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I looked at the clock, blinked, and somehow only 1 minute had passed. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I made a list of things to do, then ignored every single item. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I started organising my sock drawer just for something to focus on. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I opened the fridge 6 times, knowing full well there was nothing new inside. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I walked around the house aimlessly, hoping to magically find some entertainment. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I tried starting a new hobby, but gave up after 5 minutes of boredom. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I refreshed the same apps over and over, expecting something different to happen. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I counted how many tiles were on my floor because I had nothing else. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I started singing nonsense songs out loud just to hear something other than silence. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I made a paper aeroplane and flew it across the room for 15 straight minutes. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I checked the weather even though I wasn't planning to leave the house. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I kept switching between tasks without actually finishing anything useful. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I watched a fly buzz around the room and genuinely found it entertaining. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I reread old text messages from years ago just for something mildly interesting. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I practiced balancing random objects on my head for no reason whatsoever. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I refreshed the newsfeed until I started seeing the same article again. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I tried to nap, but even that felt too boring to continue. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I spent 30 minutes deciding what to do and ended up doing nothing. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I sat completely still and tried to beat my personal record for not moving. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I watched the washing machine spin and felt mildly hypnotized by the rhythm. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I spoke in different accents to myself out of pure boredom. I googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list. I googled what to do when bored and got bored halfway through the list.